to set up a social arm. And I said, do you have any accountability or process in your organization? He said, what do you mean? And I said, okay, do you have a bank account for your church? He said, no. So how long have your church been operating? He said, 13 years. So you have been operating this church for 13 years without a bank account. So where have you been putting the church money? He said, I have been putting it in an account that has my name. So he doesn't want to say that he is putting it in his personal account. He says he's putting it in an account that has his name. So any day that fuel finish on the road, he just uses his ATM and withdraw money and buy fuel. He's not accountable to anybody. He's only accountable to God. So the contemplation stage, during this stage, beneficiaries became more and more aware of the potential benefits of making a change, the costs of making any change, and became even more apparent. And they create a conflict and a strong sense of ambivalence about changing. We are beginning to see them showing some level of interest. Our advocacy started paying off. We started initially to engage the top level of the PFN. But with our experience, we now say, look, we need to also come down a little and focus on those at the middle level. And we're able to get results. So the contemplation stage lasted a few months to a year, depending on the individuals, because it was fraught with indecision and the fear of the consequences of change. In one of our research, some of them said, look, if we begin to mainstream anti-corruption messages in our sermons, we stand a chance to lose most of our members. Yes. They don't want to preach against corruption, because if they do that, many of their members will leave. So people were contemplating, they were indecisive. They were afraid of the consequences of making that change. And then the preparatory stage. Early in the phase 1, our engagement sought to prepare beneficiaries for actual change by reinforcing key messages in a variety of ways. The program director mentioned it earlier, our IEC and BCC education materials, the constructive text-based engagements, including the training manuals. I'm sure some of you have copies of some of our manuals. The WhatsApp platforms, we have 3 national platforms: the Christian Women Against Corruption, the Ministers Against Corruption, and the Youth Vanguard Against Corruption, where discussions are ongoing on a daily basis on issues of transparency and accountability. And these engagements prepared beneficiaries by building their knowledge and skills to begin to make small changes preparatory to a larger life change. And the action stage, from the stories of change we harvested during our outcome harvesting exercise, it became obvious that many Pentecostals across sects, across age groups, across profession and location have acquired the ability to shun, to speak out, and stand and take action against corruption. Now, what we're experiencing now is consistent with the maintenance stage. At this end of at this stage of the project, beneficiaries had embraced behavior change. There is evidence, and I'm sure during the experience sharing session, you hear some of those testimonies, how some of our beneficiaries have embraced behavior change. They had built and imbibed new anti-corruption norms and a culture of transparency and accountability. In fact, one of our beneficiaries who is here, he always sends his scorecard. He calls it a scorecard. In fact, he gave me one this morning. This is my scorecard. This is what I do with public office. So they have imbibed this culture of transparency and accountability. And this is reinforced by peer-to-peer support, vigilance, and demands for accountability. This phase is dedicated to consolidating the gains made in phase 1 by supporting beneficiaries to sustain and maintain these new norms. And that's why we are building these structures, all right, so that beneficiaries can sustain and maintain, so that even beyond the life of this project, 10 years later, we see you and we see that you are still standing as an anti-corruption champion. Quickly, We have undertaken a comprehensive research, as mentioned earlier. You have some of our research, the Manual on Christianity and Corruption, the Pentecostal Perspective on the Fight Against Corruption, the Manual for Identifying and Tackling Drivers of Corruption Within and Outside the Church, and our Advocacy Brief on Mobilizing Christians Against Corruption, the Manual for Building Accountability Spaces for Pentecostal Church Leaders, and we have a report on the drivers of corruption within and outside the church. So in the past years, we have established a corps of general overseers who have become trendsetters and change agents in mobilizing others to shun, to speak up, and stand up against corruption. We have also brokered stronger partnerships with umbrella bodies like the PFN to promote transparency and accountability within and outside the church. The program director mentioned earlier that last week we were in Lagos to address the PFN National Executive Council and also share our thoughts about this phase of this project. Currently, we have at least 103 ministries have established the social arm of the church to address social issues and fight against corruption. So while we support them in building accountability spaces and establishing their social arm, we are also helping them to mainstream anti-corruption programming in their program. So it is clear to us that Pentecostal churches are becoming more accountable. So like I said earlier, we have had several capacity building sessions. We have one that is coming up in just next month. We have activated Pentecostal campaign platforms that are visibly taking collective action against corruption, including the Ministers Against Corruption, like I mentioned earlier. So if you are not in any of those platforms and you are here, kindly ensure that you join. At some point, the IT media person will display the links that you can use to join and engage in any discussion that is ongoing in the platforms. We have also instituted Anti-Corruption Sunday. So all our beneficiaries across the 26 states now know that the Sunday before July 11 of every year is called Anti-Corruption Sunday. And all our beneficiaries use that day to preach or incorporate and mainstream anti-corruption messages in their sermon. They send us reports, take pictures. In fact, some of them send us the sermon that they preach on that day as way of transparency and accountability. In 2019 and 2023, we successfully mobilized 413 and 613 Pentecostals, respectively, to serve as election observers, promoting transparency and accountability in the electoral process. So the election observation is also part of our programming. As stated earlier, we have a weekly radio program, Voice of the Priest Against Corruption. Thanks to Mrs. Lillian, the GM of Love FM, who has ensured that this program is uninterrupted. So it is every once a month now, we have live sessions. We stream the weekly program as a podcast on all our social media platforms. And before you leave, we would like to also have some of you being recorded so that we can also have you on the Voice of the Priest Against Corruption platform. So in the remaining part of the project, we will consolidate on the gains of the past and focus on sustainability. That's what we are doing now. And in this regard, we will consolidate the anti-corruption platforms. We will support the operationalization of the social arm of the church. So if you have a church, you are interested in setting up your social arm, please reach out to us. We are available to provide the technical support that you need to establish your social arm. We also support capacity building sessions. We'll expand our advocacy and campaigns. We'll establish anti-corruption clubs. We have academicians here in our midst. It will be good to have anti-corruption clubs in your various institutions and consolidate our partnerships. And we are confident of the future of this work by the grace of God. Thank you very much for listening. The Lord bless you all. So that is it about the Shun Corruption Project. I believe we are ready. So tea is served. All right, so, okay, you have a comment. A question. Okay. Okay. Let me just give you that opportunity. So immediately after his question, we can go for tea break. Our time is fast spent. Um, our keynote speaker is ready. And as soon as we are done from tea break, we'll take his presentation. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you very much. My name is Hakot Basane from the Student Christian Movement of Nigeria. My question is, while thanking you for that wonderful presentation, the PPJ seems to have done a lot and is also doing a lot towards Christians in government with respect to accountability and integrity. But I observe that most of what seems to have been done has been targeted towards Pentecostals. CAN has 5 blocks, of which PFN is 1. Is there any plan of getting across to other blocks of CAN apart from PFN? Because if we are talking about Christians and Christianity, PFN is just a component. There's this other huge block out there too that seem not to be reached. So my question is, do you plan sometime in the future, maybe through another grant or with what you have now, to see how those other blocks of CAN can also be reached, so that what we are doing can be holistic and a bit more encompassing?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I get this question in almost all our, or most of our engagements. So for us, under the MacArthur funded project, we are, I think, about 70 organizations, all right, implementing the anti-corruption program. All right, so for us as PPA, our primary focus, our primary beneficiaries are Pentecostals. So we have other organizations under the platform of the On Nigeria program who are targeting, for instance, Reverend Ehusani of Luxtera Foundation is working around interfaith, working with both Muslims and also the other blocks. He's not working with PFN, but he's working with some of the blocks of the Catholic and the other blocks that you're talking about. You know, so there are other organizations that are also focusing around this place. But for sustainability, as we continue engaging, even beyond the lifespan of this project, we are getting these partnership calls from people who are even non-Pentecostals to say they want some of these things to happen. So if you have any information about that, we are ready to expand as part of our sustainability program. Thank you very much. So let's go for tea break. We'll just use the next 20 minutes for tea break. Swallow the one you can swallow, chew the one you can chew, drink the one you can drink, and ensure that you are back here in 20 minutes so that we can continue. Thank you very much.
Hello, sir. Yeah. I'm testing. I'm testing something, so we might have a clear sound very soon. Yes. You know, suppose they watch movie for the screen. Ah. No. Okay. No. I dey stream for YouTube too. Okay. So that they will not distract. Go and carry photo. The thing only finish. Yeah.
Okay, so welcome back. Hello? 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 Please, can we settle down? Please, can we settle down so that we continue with the program? Hello? Can we please settle down so that we can continue with our program? So our keynote speaker has been patiently waiting online. Please settle down so we can proceed. We don't want to take too much time. We want to stop or finish at the time we have agreed we'll finish this program today. But I need your cooperation to ensure that we don't go beyond that time. So please settle down, settle down, settle down. Settle down. You know, tea break has different stages, right? There's a stage of the tea, the stage of the snacks, and there's the swallowing stage. Eh? After the swallowing stage is the toothpick stage. So I see that most of you are on that stage right now, the toothpick stage. So it's a good time to resume our conversation. So please, those who are still standing, don't worry. The housekeeping will come and pick these things from from your tables, the plates from your tables. You don't have to stand up to return them. So please settle down, especially the PPJ team who are still around the table there. Please settle down so that we can continue. So we have a very important personality in our midst. So this morning, there was some murmuring and grumbling around some tables. And you need to know why they were grumbling and murmuring. A few persons, actually. And the reason is this. During the goodwill messages, the first person was the senior special assistant to the president. She was a woman. The second person from the Ministry of Women Affairs, a woman. And then the representative, the ED of Mountains of Hope Foundation, a woman. The representative of the BOT, of Peace, Peace and Justice Initiative, a woman. And then suddenly I started hearing some people's faces were not looking pleasant. God helped me. The next person on the line was a man. The PFN chairman of the FCT, who is also the director of the Christian Center for Missions, Family and Leadership Development. So that one saved my neck. And then I told them that with all due respect, we're expecting the representative of the MacArthur Foundation. And she's also a woman. And there's nothing they can do about it. So I had prepared their mind, that we're going to feature another woman to give her goodwill message. She's a very important person, very interesting. I always love to listen to her. she smiles throughout when she speaks, throughout. And I also assume that when she sleeps, she also smiles. All right? Very interesting person. They have been supporting us since the past 5 to 6 years. And I'm sure when she comes here, she will tell you, the next level of support, that they are going to dish out to us. So please help me welcome Dr. Amina Salihu from the MacArthur Foundation to give us a good. Please clap very well. If you have not been clapping before, clap very well for this person. You're welcome.
Many thanks indeed, my brother, Dr. Orinya. And your sense of humor is very infectious. My brother Otive was saying now he has set me up. So I better make sure that as I speak to you, I continue to smile. I'll try my best. Good afternoon, distinguished leaders in government. It's an honor to be here, especially as I see some faces I have not seen in the audience for a while, like my sister, Professor Mabel. It's an honor indeed to be here and to continue to support the work of the great minds that are behind this initiative. I'm from the MacArthur Foundation, as you've heard, but that's not really the reason why I'm here. It's one of the reasons why I'm here. The other probably more important reason is about the importance of this work, the leadership of this movement, and how far we have come, and how way back we go. And when I got the invitation, I knew I had 3 meetings today, but when I saw Ogami, and I call him Ogami because he was my labor leader, or probably still my labor leader at the Center for Democracy and Development, Dr. Otive Ibuzo, and his darling wife and my sister, Dr. Ejiru Otive Ibuzo, I was like, no, I don't want to do this online. I mean, it's all right to be online, and I see colleagues online, and sometimes I do things online, but I wanted to be here. I wanted to be here, like I said, because this conversation is very important. And as you can tell, I'm not a Christian, how much more being of the Pentecostal movement. I am a Muslim. But at the end of the day, we're all one. We're all human beings. And those values of what is right, those values of goodness, they're all enduring. And we all believe that the Lord God is good all the time. And this country has so much strength in terms of religiosity. And when I say religiosity, I mean we're very faithful, calling upon the name of the Lord in all ways and sometimes in vain. On Fridays, the roads are blocked. On Sundays, we're all headed to church. And yet, we're having to have this conversation around how we shun corruption and what is it that as people of faith, we need to address. Initially at the MacArthur Foundation, we're doing work that looked at the law and looked at the systems and looked at things to do with the courts through our criminal justice work, through civil society. And then we began to learn about behavior change. Behavior change really is about what motivates people to want to do things in a certain way or not want to do it in a certain way. So what is it that motivates someone to say, I want to cut the corners? What is it that might demotivate somebody to say, I will not cut corners? Those kind of things became of interest to us. And we realized that people in our country really listen to faith leaders that they respect, and they also pay attention to role models who are not even of the faith that they respect. Sometimes it's through the entertainment sector. And that led us to make this particular grant in terms of asking ourselves, how much more can we do to support the work of the Palace of Priests Assembly to have this particular initiative. And what it's showing us is that the two are not mutually exclusive. You can have dignity and have faith. You can have wealth and you can have faith. But sometimes we hear people say that because you're a person of faith, you have to be as poor as a church rat. Or some people say to you that before you can have wealth, you must have stolen that wealth. I know people who have wealth, moderate wealth, and they have worked extremely hard for it. So I think we need to change that narrative and let people know that you really can have legitimate wealth. You can have legitimate wealth. From my humble experience, I think the problem starts when greed starts to set in, when we cannot set the boundaries, when we think we want more, we want more, we want more. I mean, we can only sleep in one bed at one time, right? How much can we eat? You get to a stage in life, I'm 54 years old. There are certain things you can't eat anymore. You shouldn't eat, even if you have the money. So what is the point of life? But we know that what we do in this world is a seed that we sow. And we know that there's an enduring goodness beyond this world. So why do we then hear this and we don't remember it and we don't put it in front of us? So every day that I wake up, I ask myself the question, what good have I done today? What more can I do? Who have I offended that I can find and I can ask for forgiveness? Because I'm only human. I would offend a lot of people. Oh, I have to stand here because you're recording. I'm sorry, you know how it is. My brother is a pastor, so I've learned to see how he navigates around the pulpit and everything. So I guess I'm also trying to copy him today and my sister. So I ask myself, what good have I done today? Because you have to have simple ways to check your reality. Because all around you, people think you are the wrong kind of person. Because yes, you are an outlier, but you are a good outlier. But because you are an outlier and you are ahead of everybody, people think you're mad or you're not doing what is right. So in our sad world, what should be normal has become the aberration. And you are now sadly that aberration, a good, honest person in government. But know that you are not wrong at all. You can be in the minority, but you're not wrong. Because this country is our commonwealth. And every time I look at our children, I say to myself, please, Lord, let them not curse us or our grandchildren when we're no longer here because of what we have done. So we must think beyond ourselves. We must think about that individual that knows nobody. Because once upon a time, we didn't know anybody. I'm a product of public schools, from my primary school, maybe for a short stint, to my university. And if those schools were not free, if I didn't have someone who said to my father, but she's your first daughter, you this northern man, put her in school. And she did not tell him she was going to sell the form. She didn't sell the form. ABU did not sell employment to me when I became a graduate assistant. They did not sell my master's form to me. Abuja did not sell my PhD form to me. Why would we sell employment? Why would we truncate the future of the children of the poor? Because what you're doing, if you're asking someone to raise ₦1 million to come and buy employment, if they had ₦1 million, they would be doing a business somewhere. What kind of business, what kind of system do you think you will have at the end of the day? If we're not enabling the children of the poor who have felt poverty, who need to rise above poverty to have the opportunity to also come into the system to change the system, we're going to be shooting ourselves in the foot. We're going to be truncating the future of our children and the future of this country. And however much our young might jackpot, I do not think they're doing jackpot because they want to. They're jackpotting because they have lost hope. What does that say about us? Have you seen the way they suffer outside the shores of this country? It's a sad thing when you see people who have left this country because they have lost hope, and you see the way they suffer where they are. And so if we find ourselves in a position of hope, I don't want to talk for too long because this is a passionate subject for me, as you can tell. When you find yourself in a place where you can be of help, please be of help. For the sake of the Almighty, for the sake of your own children, and for your sake. Because when you do good, good has an amazing nature. It comes round and finds you at a time when you don't expect. When you do good for someone, don't wait for them to say thank you. That's not why you're doing it. You're doing it because it's just good to be good and it's going to find you. And when you do good for them and they come to say thank you to you, tell them to pay it forward. Please pay it forward, find another good person and do so. And I would like to challenge us in our lives, in church, in our offices, in our families, in the societies that we belong to continue to think about what we're learning today. And that is the fact that it is possible to be a good soul in government. It is possible to use this opportunity, God-given opportunity, for good. Not because we want our heaven, as important as that is, but that we want to make this earth a better place for everyone. I thank you very much on behalf of the MacArthur Foundation for this opportunity.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. For those of you who are senior pastors in your church, you can feel free to invite her to come and minister in your church. You know, the way she spoke passionately, I'm sure you begin to feel like there should be an altar call now. You know, so that those who have committed one sin or the other, come, let me pray for you, and God will forgive you. Thank you very much for coming. Thank you for that great speech. We'll go straight to the keynote address. I want to be sure that the media is ready. So our keynote speaker is Professor Samuel Zalanga. So I met Prof sometimes last year in Grand Rapids in the US. I was invited to be part of a colloquium by the Acton Institute. And he was also at the colloquium. And when he spoke, I said, what kind of, this person is just extraordinary. You know, the way he spoke, the different arguments and perspectives he brings to issues, and his concept on social justice. And when the opportunity came to get a keynote speaker, I said, look, there won't be any other better person to invite than Professor Samuel Zalanga. He is currently the Director of Inclusion and Belonging at Luther Seminary, St. Paul, Minnesota. Samuel Zalanga is a professor of sociology emeritus and former chair of the Department of Sociology and Reconciliation Studies at Bethel University, St. Paul, Minnesota. He attended Teachers College, Misau in Bauchi State for his Teachers Grade 3 and Teachers Grade 2 certificates before proceeding to Bayero University, Kano, where he graduated in 1986 with a BSc Honors in Sociology and Graduate Certificate in Education. After completing MSc Sociology coursework at Bayero University, he started a fresh MSc in Sociology at the University of Jos, which he completed in 1993. In the same year, he was awarded the MacArthur Scholars Fellowship for Peace and Interdisciplinary Studies by the MacArthur Foundation to pursue his doctoral studies in sociology at the University of Minnesota, which he completed in the year 2000. His doctoral dissertation research was a comparative study of the role of ruling elites, coalition in development policy formulation and implementation in Malaysia and Nigeria. He lived in Malaysia for 6 months, collecting data before collecting similar data in Nigeria. The doctoral dissertation was 2 volumes and had 15 chapters. Samuel also, as part of his teaching responsibilities at Bethel University, taught a course titled The Sociology of Third World Development to Bethel University students studying abroad in Guatemala, Central America. For over 16 years, he had to be traveling to Antigua, Guatemala twice a year for intensive teaching, which exposed him to issues of development and social change in post-colonial societies in Latin America and all other regions of the developing world. He was the associate editor for Africa in charge of the peer review process for the Journal of Third World Studies from 2008 to 2014. His broad area of scholarly interests and specialization is development studies and social change. He was a Fulbright scholar for 1 academic year at Nnamdi Azikiwe University, Awka, Anambra State. He was also a Carnegie Africa Diaspora Fellow for 3 months at the University of Jos and also at the Federal University, Geshua, Yobe State. Zalanga also served as the Director of Research and Publications for the African Studies and Research Forum, ASRF, for the Diaspora Institute for Nigerian Justice and Accountability. His main and current area of research interest is focused on the origins, nature, operation, and consequences of neoliberal economics and its impacts on the struggle for a more just, fair, and inclusive society for everyone. He has taught a wide range of courses at the undergraduate and graduate levels. He has also published numerous journal articles and book chapters. Apart from his scholarly interests in issues of social justice and social groups that are historically and currently oppressed, Zalanga developed an early interest in the evolution and struggle of African Americans, especially in the post-civil rights era in the United States, because among other reasons, there is the special personal connection that started from his first day in the United States, when he became a roommate and lifelong friend of Professor Stephen Taylor, who is an African American and professor of political science and government at American University in Washington, D.C. His forthcoming book is titled Post-Colonial States and Economic Development, Ruling Coalitions and Economic Changes in Malaysia and Nigeria. Samuel Zalanga grew up in the social margins and periphery of the Nigerian society. He is from Zalanga village in Ganjua, local government area of Bauchi State. He's currently online. Prof, you can unmute. You have the floor. Thank you very much for joining us. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you very much. Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear.
Okay, good. Thank you very much. Well, thank you very much, Dr. Agbadi, for the introduction, and I have fresh memories of the time we had to get Grand Rapids, Michigan, when we met at that colloquium. I know we are running out of time, and there's quite a lot we have to cover, but I consider it a great honor that I was invited to share some thoughts about this discussion that you're having. I actually was related to society for over 16 years, and I've always been interested in the role that religion can play in transforming society. I will not have the time to get deep into that, but hopefully I'll be able to highlight some things, because I'm also making this presentation, as you see from the topic, at the intersection of interdisciplinary studies and then also interdenominational, because in my teaching, I grew up as a Protestant, but I found out that there are some important lessons from Catholic tradition which many people are not aware of, which are really things that if you really look at, you have to take very seriously, that they are meaningful contributions to the study of justice. So, and then interdisciplinary simply means I'm going to draw some insights from social sciences and humanities. So hopefully we're going to have some very good discussions. So let me start just by looking at what is corruption. I do not know whether you have a PowerPoint there, because I shared a PowerPoint. If anybody wants a PowerPoint, they can get it from the organizers. But the first thing is, what is corruption? And let's go over some things about what corruption is. For one, for some people it means moral failure. So this is really very important to take into consideration, because corruption will not take place if there's no moral failure. Moral failure is one of the number one factors. Unfortunately, most of the time we talk about corruption, sometimes people are just concerned about either the money somebody stole and things like that. And so gradually in my work, I started becoming very, very concerned about what does it take for somebody to cultivate morality or ethics. is echo that I can hear. Okay. It would be difficult, however, to talk about corruption if there is no consensus on the definition. Because sometimes when people talk about corruption, you might think that it's pretty straightforward, but it's not pretty straightforward for the sense that some people may disagree. permissive. Okay, they may not have salvation, but they are more permissive because they take justice really very seriously. So what you're doing is something very, very important, this question of justice. But let's try to create a society where our approach to justice as Christians doesn't necessarily mean we're only concerned about Christians, but we are honoring God's creation in all respects so that when somebody is around you, even if they are not a Christian, they will realize that this person is different because they respect that humanity is part of religious differences. But if all different denominations and things like that will begin to think about justice just from narrowly from their own perspective, then we're going to run into serious challenges. So thank you very much for your
Thank
time.
you. Thank you very much. A big round of applause. Thank you very much, Prof. Deep insight. Sometimes when we speak on phone, I carry pen and paper. And I try to jot down some things because, you know, in a first contact like this, it may not be easy for you to understand some of the terms until you go back again to look at those terms, you know, those arguments that he has raised before you begin to digest and understand certain things, especially when you begin to talk about social justice. We will take some questions. Okay, can you hear me? Oh, he can't hear me. Okay. Okay. Can you hear me now, Prof?
Yes, I can hear you.
Excellent. So we are just saying thank you for your presentation. And I also said that most times when we speak, I usually take notes. And then I go back to the notes, you know, and digest again, regurgitate and digest before I get to understand certain arguments that you raise in your discussions. Initially, I used to think that Nigeria was the most religious country in Africa until I think the last international anti-corruption conference by Transparency International. I learned that Ghana was the most religious. So what do they see for Nigeria and I play compared with what is happening in Ghana, you know? But so you understand why it's like that, eh? Why are we having this echo? So, thank you once again, Prof. I know you have questions. One of the issues you raised around the causes of corruption is how pastors, you know, engage in transactional behaviors. All right? You have to pay something, you know, to get a miracle. You have to buy certain things, you know. You have to buy anointing oil from them. Yeah, I'm sure they are trying to control that. All right? So that transactional relationship, you know, it's a problem, especially in the church in Nigeria. A lot of pastors are engaging in that. And they use it to corrupt the pulpit. And many people no longer trust them, especially those who get to know exactly what they are up to. I'm sure some of you have some questions. If you have questions to ask Prof, it's around 6 a.m. now in the US, if I'm correct. Prof has been online since about 4 a.m. So we have actually cut short his sleep. So if you have questions quickly before we go into the next item on the agenda, any question or comments about his presentation? Any questions? Okay, one person. Any other person? You have a question? Okay. Please give him the, yeah. Okay, go ahead.
All right.
Size.
Thank you very much for this opportunity. It's been an awesome experience listening to you. I have this question actually. Just like you've said, it's been proven that accepting correction is very difficult for many. Very, very difficult. Now it becomes even more difficult when the person or persons involved are key position holders, so to speak. Say, for example, a pastor. Now my question is this: how do we get to convey corrections to such individuals? And how do we act following their total rejection of this scriptural correction that we may have put forward? Now, this may have to do with long-held beliefs, teachings, practices, and all of that. We have them worrying about losing followership and the rest of them, authenticity. So how can we address this? Because it's not enough to have identified these problems. It's also important that we identify solutions. So that's just my question.
Okay, Prof, I'm sure you got the question. Okay, you can respond.
Especially since I've been here for quite some time and Africa is this that see the way you do things differently compared to the way we do. I hope this helps.
Thank you very much. Those people are very powerful indeed. Ah, okay, so we have more questions. Briefly, please. Not matters arising.
Prof, for that wonderful presentation. Your concluding remarks, the second to the last one, made so much impact on me. And I have a question. So the church cannot embark on this all-important agenda without mastering secular approach to as well as the philosophy behind public policies like that. And it is of great concern. Somebody puts it this way, that most church leaders have become so heavenly minded, they are now earthly useless. In fact, a lot of church leaders don't even listen to news. They feel they are earthly issues. And how can we manage this all-important issue if we don't have an understanding of how some of the approaches that these or the philosophies behind some of these reforms and policies? So my question is, how can we, I don't know maybe whether Prof will be in the best position to do that. I wish some of the custodians of our theological schools that construct our curriculums are here. How can we begin to train ourselves as church leaders to be able to master some of these secular approaches, so that we have an understanding of what is being discussed, so that it won't be only our understanding of the Bible, but also understanding of how the philosophy behind some of these public policies, to be able to know how we can come in, as Christians in government institutions and organizations. Thank you very much.
So the ministers, most of them are just focused on making heaven. They just want to make heaven. They're not interested in knowing or getting involved in some of the things that happen on earth. So one last question, please. It's a comment. Okay, quickly.
Good morning, everybody.
People didn't raise your hand
It's the
initially.
afternoon.
Okay.
Okay. It is with pleasure that I honor this invitation to be here today. Okay. And I appreciate the lecture that has been given so far. My key takeaways from this lecture, okay, are that we should stand for what is truth and defend what is truth all the time. Okay. We should be outliners in wherever we find ourselves, outliners in the positive sense. Okay. And that we should tell to others who come to appreciate us for the little good we do to pay it forward. It pays to do so. And that good is something that turns around, comes to you even when you do not need it. For me, accountability is something that is more of the self. Self in the sense that you impose a responsibility on yourself to own up to your actions, such that you have a ready explanation for what you do. So that if you stand for something, you do a thing, and you are called to question with regard to that thing, the explanation you gave should be able to justify your action, that whoever that is looking at it from any dimension would say, yes, fairness has been done. And in looking at this, accountability is such a thing that is so critical to promote social injustice. Corruption exists when there is social injustice. Okay? I say accountability promotes social justice, isn't it? Okay? Corruption exists when social injustice thrives. And social injustice can be seen from four perspectives. It could be distributive. When we find ourselves in position and you have the privilege, okay, to distribute resources, to allocate resources, to determine who gets what. And then you fail in your capacity not to be fair. I should round off. Okay? So in so doing, you have been seen to be unfair. So looking at the theme of the discourse here, that beyond corruption, Pentecostal unity for social justice advancement. I think this is a call for us all who say we are Christians, okay? If you really believe you are Christians and you own up to being a Christian, okay, you should be able to collaborate. You should be able to foster advancement of social justice. We'll find situations in organizations where somebody stands out as an outliner for positivity to promote justice. Instead of other Christians in that community rally around that person to give support, you rather see them being the points of even drawing the person back instead of promoting it. So for us here, members of organizations, wherever you find yourself, when you find a courageous Christian, because they are rare to find, I must tell you, when you find a courageous Christian who stands out to say, I want to promote what is right, you should also collaborate, support that person to ensure that what is right is upheld.
Thank
I
you.
think that is why we are here.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Prof, maybe if you can just round up in 1 minute to respond. And also, I remember in one of our trainings, somebody said we need to change the name of our organization. So we should change it to Priest, Justice, and Peace Initiative. That there should be justice before peace. That there cannot be peace without justice. So, Prof, please, in 1 minute, can you just respond?
Okay, I think the first question about the theological training or the question about theological training is very relevant. And for instance, when I made the presentation about 6 different approaches to justice, 3 were secular, 3 were theological. Okay? And in the modern world, let me just say this. There's no way a Christian can transform the modern world without understanding the logic governing the modern world. So that question is really very important, but unfortunately, in many parts of Africa, this doesn't seem to be taken seriously. And then with regard to justice, which is very passionate also, I don't have the time to get into that. But I think, for me, the way I look at this is, if you go back to Plato, for instance, he talked about the 3 parts of the human psyche. You have appetitive desires, you have the human heart and soul, and then you have reason. Okay? The first place where corruption takes place is if there is no balance in these 3 in any human being. Appetitive desires, the way they talk about it, in Christian language is the desires of the flesh. If somebody allows the desires of the flesh to conquer their heart and soul and conquer their reason, I'm really sorry. Don't forget about what you see outside. It's a projection of what is outside. What is inside. So this issue, we have to start from there. Yeah. So anyway, I will just stop there to say that don't just this question of injustice starts right inside. Because if my reason, my capacity to reason is colonized by my appetitive desires and the desires of the flesh, that's it. So the place where we are supposed to start is this question of human cultivation. And I don't have the time to get into details, but we will go back to talk about the family, what takes place in the school, how leaders can set the example, because it's not enough just to preach in the church. You have to live a life that is an incarnation of the very values or ethics that we want to talk about with regard to justice.
Thank you.
So that when people see you, you don't even talk, but they see that really clearly that you are manifesting those kind of things.
Thank you, sir.
So these are things that I find very, really important because we have talked about justice or injustice quite a lot, but the question is, what we see on the surface, what are its origins? The origins are deep down inside us.
Thank you so much.
We still have to go back. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. There's a question in the chat box. Francisca Oga, kindly just respond to that question. Just drop a message on that chat box while we proceed to do other things. Thank you so much. Please, let's give Prof a round of applause. We'll go straight to the next item on the agenda. We're about rounding up. All right? The panel discussion. You know, we are gathering a lot of information in this program. All right? And some of these comments you are making very, very vital to the work that we do. Also very vital to some of the recommendations we are going to be providing going forward. So I want to invite Dr. Ejiro Tive Buzo, who will be moderating the panel discussion. It's going to be a very brief panel discussion. Please put your hands together for Dr. Ejiro.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for your patience. Like you have been told, we are rounding up with this panel discussion, and some of the questions that you raised will actually be answered during this panel discussion because it's going to be very practical. It's going to give us some key takeaways, some of the things that we should go back to our various offices and organizations to implement. And the topic we are looking at is leveraging Christian participation in government for the advancement of social justice and policy advocacy. And to discuss this topic, I'm going to call to the panel Professor Adeofun Clement. Please put your hands together for him. Mrs. Ebere Ubesie. Please join me. Right Honorable Olubumi Adenugba. Hello. Okay. Pastor S.A. Reza, is she here? I don't think I've seen her. Pastor Esther Dogonyaro is not here. She joined us online. Reverend Isaac Komolafe. Okay, thank you, sir. And Professor Mabel Ewieruma. Thank you. Pastor Esther, where did you hide? All right, thank you very much. You are welcome to this panel. I think we need one more seat. We need one more seat. Okay, so once again, the topic we are looking at is, thank you. Leveraging Christian participation in government for the advancement, sit here. For the advancement of social justice and policy advocacy. All of this grammar that we have been speaking since morning, we're going to break it down to practicalities. What should we do about corruption as Christians? You know, I'm taking a certain course, and one of the key things that we learned last week is about ethical dilemmas. Ethical dilemmas. So you are a Christian, you work in that office. Things are going rotten, but you are not part of the corruption. Is it okay to keep quiet and do nothing? Some people believe that if you do nothing, you are part of the corruption. Because you are like somebody who has led an armed robber to a door and opened the door and said, enter, but I'm not part of you. When I was serving many years ago, I read microbiology, so I was serving in a lab. And my Oga was a drunk. And I was just a youth corper. And in the lab, what we do is when you come to the hospital, doctor will send you to the lab to go and do tests. Maybe it's a urine test or blood test or whatever. What we do in microbiology is that if you have urinary tract infection, we culture your urine and wait for it for the whatever organism that is causing the infection will grow. And then there are tests that we use to identify which organism is causing the problem. Then we do what we call antibiotic sensitivity tests. Then we send the result to the doctor. Doctor will look at the sensitivity test and say, okay, the organism is Staphylococcus aureus. It's responsive to this antibiotic, and then we prescribe. You know what my Oga does? We collect the urine, put the bottles inside a drawer, and leave it there for days. The day the doctor is calling for results, he will just enter the lab, take one bottle, shake it, look at it, and write Staphylococcus aureus. Sensitivity tests, he will write antibiotics. He didn't do any tests. I was just a copper, I was young, and I was worried. These are people's parents. And the guy, of course, anybody who is not a Muslim is a Christian. He's answering a Christian name and all of that. I was so worried. I was worried, but I was afraid. That's the dilemma. You are a copper. You are not even a staff. How dare you question your boss? It's a dilemma. At some point, I couldn't bear it. One day, I went into the lab, and I closed the door, and I said, oh, God, please, I want to beg you. I read microbiology. I know how to do culture and sensitivity. That time, school was school. Nowadays, you can read microbiology, you won't know what to do, right? Because In the department, you may not even have equipment to work with. But in our time, at least we had something to work with. I said, please let me do it. Send me to do it. I will do the culture, then you can read the results and submit. Instead of just shaking the bottle, you cannot see microorganisms with your eyes. He was so mad at me. Get out of this place. Who do you think you are? Me, I couldn't bear it. I told him, I said, Oga, if you don't stop, I will report you. You can imagine that I was never his favorite throughout because I actually reported him because he didn't stop. When I reported him, Uncle, what did our Ogas do? They only called him and cautioned him, and he continued to do the same thing. That's the dilemma that many of us face. You know that what is going on under you is wrong, but you're afraid to report. Who do you report to? Anyway, I've told you that story just to wake you up from your slumber, because many people are sleeping. We're sleeping. But that's the reality. So I'm going to ask questions, pose questions to our panelists. One by one, they will answer the questions. If we have time, we'll come back to them to give us just final word, and then we will ask questions. But let's be very practical in our responses. We want everybody to leave this place. Like the situation I find myself in, that dilemma, what should I have done? After reporting, and no big thing, he wasn't fired. I worked there until I finished my youth service, you know, and all of that, and this thing was still going on. What do you do as a child of God? The first question goes to our sister, the immediate past Speaker of the Ekiti House of Assembly. Let me introduce her very well, so that you know that she's not a small girl. The immediate past Speaker. Do you know what it means? I think she was the first female Speaker in Ekiti. Is that also? Please, let's put our hands together. If you don't celebrate your sister, who will celebrate her now? Right Honorable Olubumi Adelugba. God bless you. And the question to you is, how can Pentecostal leaders, or Christians generally, effectively engage with policymakers, at least you have been there, to influence the development and implementation of policies that align with ethical principles and contribute to social justice advancement? And this is so important because you are also an accountant. Is that not so? So you people deal with ethical issues also, ethical principles. So what can we do as Christians or as Pentecostal leaders to engage with policymakers to influence development and implementation? Development is one hand, and it happens so frequently in Nigeria. We have many policies. What about implementation? How can Pentecostal leaders or Christian leaders influence that process? Thank you very much.
I have like how many minutes?
It's very short. If I say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 times 2 minutes, that is already 12 minutes. And then we'll come back again to take 1 minute. Can you do 2 minutes? Let's try. Bullet points.
Okay, I'll just do bullet points.
Yes.
Actually, thank you so much, my sister and Dr. Ejiro. And I want to appreciate. Okay, there is no time to appreciate, so
no time,
let me just go straight.
We
okay,
are appreciated. We feel
I know
appreciated.
my colleagues here. I want to say that we have some ethical beliefs. We have that guides even the Pentecostal movement, and having them that behind, in our mind, there are some things that we can actually do to be able to engage policymakers. And like she said, even as I've been one before, I think the first thing I want to mention is about building relationship. But leaders need to build relationship with policymakers. I know that, okay, because there's no time, I believe that if there's any issue concerning, if you want me to expatiate on the point, then later we can do that. So it's good to build relationship. I also said it's also good to understand the policy landscape. If you don't understand something, to engage with it will be difficult. Then it is also important that you communicate what you want clearly and also compellingly. You need to do it in such a way that people will understand what you want and be able to support those things with proof data or testimonies that we always say in the church. Then we need to collaborate. We can collaborate with other like-minded organizations, people that believe in the same ethical values that we have, even though if they are not Christian. I know there are a lot of NGOs that also monitor these things. Then we engage in grassroots mobilization. You don't just say, I want to thank God for PPJ for this, because in the past, Christian leaders will just sit back and say, people that are employees in politics, they are sinners. And we are just waking up now, and that is why all this is happening. We are just waking up now. The other religion don't need to wake up like us. They have embraced it from the beginning, and they have seized it. What we are doing now is to catch up with them. So if we are to catch up with them, we will need to also undergo what they have done. When there are meetings in your area, try to find out what the meeting about. You can sit there. Events, when they are doing any policy, there is what we call bill discussion. You are there, and you are able to do. And when you go for the events, they can build some trust in you in partnership. Then we also need to provide expertise. We can provide expertise and resource. I also noticed that when we are campaigning, a lot of colleagues that are on the other side, you will see there are people supporting them. Christian, we don't support our people. We need to wake up and do this. Some people will even go to mosque. How much do they said everybody raise money. So at times the money they come out with may not even be more than maybe 100,000. But they have done something, and the government is seeing them doing something. But instead of our own doing something, they will criticize you. I've been there. Then maintain persistent and long-standing engagement. It doesn't come in a GV. It's something that you have to maintain, and you may receive discouragement and other things, but it's something that you put more effort. With effort and you are there, you can have that place. Then also promoting candidacy. Recently, I know that in my own Pentecostal division, we are encouraged that we can go into politics. How many other people do that? And when they do that, do you just leave them to just go on their own? Even if it is this prayer that we know how to pray, we will lead to our sister so. No, they will criticize the sister so in our own climate. Then advocacy. It can be from the pulpit, just like I said, talk to your people. Then you can also do media. Things that you believe in, you also raise it. Like, I know that PPJ is doing a lot of that. Then championing scriptural values. You know what you want to champion, and that is what you should concentrate on. Thank you.
Thank you so much. You're not even clapping. Clap now. I've written a full page already from what she said. And she made very concrete points. You know, she's also a development expert. So she knows the programming side and the government side and the spiritual side. And she has brought everything together in her intervention. Thank you so much. We're going to come back to you at some point. And if you have questions, please prepare your questions, but make your questions very tight so that we'll also save some time. I'm going to go next to our big sister, Professor Mabel Evieroma from the University of Abuja. She's also a lawyer. So for you to know, I've been following you. She recently was called to the Nigerian bar in addition to being a professor of literature. Please put your hands together for Prof. We are very proud of you, and she's one of our board members at PPJ. And the question to her is, how open is government to receiving policy recommendations from religious organizations? How open is government to receiving policy recommendations from religious organizations, and what mechanisms exist for ensuring the incorporation of these recommendations into the policy-making process? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ma. Good afternoon, everybody. Panelists, good afternoon, too. My answer to the question is that it depends on the leadership or the leadership style being, structured by the government. I have a personal standpoint, and that is faith organizations, churches should be appreciated for keeping people at bay, for not, heating up the polity. Because without churches, a lot of people would have gone on rampage, to carry out the so-called revolution people have been talking about. And the suspicion in some quarters is that government only listens to people who are able to exert pressure on them. For example, international development partners, when they bring policies or policy advice, government captures them more or faster than it would have, appreciated suggestions or pressures from its own citizenry. And so when the government is not open, you have issues of darkness, issues that border on lack of transparency. And so policy recommendations from religious organizations are often seen as not relevant, seen as not important, mainly because many of us have never read the Constitution, so we don't know our rights. Many of us do not know that at times you have to separate religion from politics. But I also remember the argument between, individuals of different faiths. Those who said, no, we cannot be secular. Our religion is a total religion, so it's inclusive of governance. And then the unnecessary promotion of certain faiths. For example, if a man occupies a position and is of a certain faith, or a woman, those around him would, be of that faith, of that ethnic group. That is a form of corruption. And so the cross-cultural adaptability that ought to have been there through the efforts of the government by building federal institutions, the NYC, quota system, federal character, and what have you, are not even imbibed by religious organizations. And so that brings about lack of openness. When you look at PPJ, I'm going to use PPJ as an example because I went online, and from my interaction with the board and members of the PPA, the church aspect, I see that there's a lot of capital, moral capital, social capital, political capital, and so they are able to crisscross different spheres of society. If you go online, you'll see that they've interacted with Accountant General Office, they've worked with the British Council, the EU, MacArthur Foundation is sponsoring today's event. You have Voice of Priests Against Corruption, and then there are other interactions too across social media, and they are able to encourage citizens, not just church members now, they are able to encourage citizens' search for relevance by reaching government by proxy or through third parties. And part of that capital was seen when Pastor was a PA. What was that position again? Chief of Staff, yes. Sorry, please. He was Chief of Staff to the Deputy Senate President. And we know what that did across board. So that's a way of pushing policy recommendations. The interaction with interfaith groups, media engagement, CAN, PFN, SCM. SCM is here today. And then pacts on accountability and transparency. There are many. I have listed almost 15 here. And so when you look at some of the manuals in our bags, it's also a way of pushing policy, of making us aware that it's
possible. This thing is possible once you empower yourself, once you can read and write. You can write to your representative at the National Assembly or at the State House of Assembly. You don't need to use a letter-headed paper. You can send a text. All these are means and manners of, pushing across policy. I talked about leadership, and that leadership has to, engender cogent and safe ideas for recognition arising from good mental health. A leader who is crazy will not accept a good policy. We've seen them. We've read about them. That is also important. Encouraging feedback. For example, after this presentation, you can ask, a colleague, how was my presentation? What did I do right? What did I say wrong? Are there rooms for, improvement? It doesn't matter who you are. I do that a lot, and it's a way of, making policy across. Accepting balanced, equitable, religious activism. Some of us were very active religious people in the university. There are ways of doing that. You wear badges, you preach in buses, you do other things. These are also means of letting people know about policy, because people shape policy and policy shapes people, okay? We should also avoid bias and discrimination. Share experiences. We had this crusade against female genital mutilation, but people didn't attend ours. We saw that you had a crowd to contend with. How did you do it? Instead of standing to preach against a successful ministry who is doing well, who is enjoying government recognition, don't castigate your fellow Pentecostal. And so the mechanisms in place should also encourage the group approach. We are operating in silos. Once we come together, we can become a very huge force that government cannot, shove aside. So the mechanisms are many, and I believe that with the publications by PPA, when they are distributed to the National Assembly, that's one means of doing it. But let us not be silent. Let us not be quiet. If you have someone who is confident, who can speak in your ministry, in your office, push that person to be the advocate, because advocacy matters a great deal. And then you could also ask them, these grants, these support, how have they been coming? How can I benefit? I don't think if you do that genuinely, they will not put you through. They will not encourage you to also cast your net into the waters so you can also catch a lot of fish. Speaking about influence, speaking about reaching out, speaking about getting noticed by government.
Yep.
Murik talks once and everybody is listening. They want to hear what they are saying, what they have said. Can or PFM will just release a news item and nobody wants to listen. I think that should stop. We should empower ourselves and impact on policy. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ma. Put your hands together. She has said a lot. I'm going to request that if you don't mind, Ma, we would like to have this, your paper. Oh. You don't need to turn it into a full paper. We just need the bullet points. Same thing with my sister, Right Honorable Lubumi, because I know you came prepared. We don't want to miss out on any of these things because they are so important. And the last thing you said about learning from PPJ, on how to get a grant to do the work that you do or that you want to do, that's part of our mission. We're on a mission to support churches to set up what we call the social arm or the NGO arm of your church. And we have done that with many ministries. So if you're interested, please make sure you contact Dr. Rin, the program manager. That is part of our mandate. We're very ready to support people to do that. What we did at PPA, MacArthur Foundation does not give resources to churches. But because our systems and our accounting and admin systems, they compared it, well, they did what they call an equivalency assessment to find out whether our systems are similar to the systems that NGOs put in place and whether we can actually account for grants. And we passed the test. That's why they made an exception. Otherwise, they don't give money to churches. You can bring up your ministry to that point. If your ministry is so arbitrary that every time before offering even enters the bag, you have withdrawn it from the other end. No donor will trust you with their funds. Systems in place means, at PPA, for example, my husband and I cannot sit in my bedroom and sign PPA check and go and withdraw the money without anybody knowing. It's not possible because we don't even keep the check. Somebody else holds the check. The system in place is such that if it is to sign, it is either my husband or myself. If he has traveled, that's when I sign along with another person who is not my relative. You know? And this is how NGOs are set up. Right Honorable Lubumi is an accountant. This is how NGOs are set up, and she has also audited us. You know? But if you are arbitrary and you say, "I mean, God call, anyhow way I want, I go do the money." Unfortunately for you, churches are full-fledged organizations that are supposed to have systems and structures in place, like NGOs and other organizations. If you don't have that, you have failed the test. That's the beginning point. Many NGOs will not want to release that sense of autonomy, to say, arbitrariness, to say, I can take money from the church anyhow and anytime I like. I'm not saying you should not be paid. If that's your style. In our own church, we don't pay pastors. But we're not criticizing those who pay, because for some of them, that is their main source of income. We are tent makers, so we don't take salary. Those who take salary, there must be a process by which that salary is approved. And a check is signed, and you go and withdraw it. And when auditors come and they audit the book, they see that you are following procedure. Not just waking up and saying, how much you get there? Bring them. May God help us. We are ready to support. I hope my moderation is not going to be more than the speech. They could not hold me, because me, I talk well. Eh? All right, our sister, Mrs. Ebere Ubesie. That's the SCM president. Is that president? God bless you. SCM is a powerful force. That's the future of the church, actually. Students' Christian movement. I want to ask this question. Are there international best practices or policy models that can be adapted to the Nigerian context to strengthen the role of Christian workers in promoting social justice and integrity? Okay. Very briefly, Ma. Thank you.
Okay. I'm actually glad to be here once again. And when I saw the question, I was like, how do we approach this? I did a bit of research, and I realized that practically every nation on earth, their laws are based on the laws of the Bible. I looked at the UN Human Rights Declaration. I went through it, because most countries, I've never seen anybody that wants to build something and you build it from the scratch without maybe finding out what has been done before, what others have done. So looking out for international best global practices that we can incorporate in Nigeria. You know, the laws of nations, the human rights declarations, all boils down to loving your neighbor as you love yourself. And the Bible also says that you can't love God that you've not seen when you've not loved your neighbor that you're seeing right with you. And like I said when I was in the welcome address, part of the challenge we've had in the church in Nigeria, which I'm very glad that PPJ, PPA are addressing categorically in times like this, is the fact that many times we believe I am a Christian. I don't care what you think about. All I know is that God knows I'm a Christian. Time has come when your neighbor should know that you're a Christian. These are international best global practice, because outside in the Western world, their culture is that you treat your neighbor well. Let me give you something that happened to me. I traveled out for a journey, and when we are going to buy stuff, I line up with people, and everybody. Some people even stand by the side and they're waiting for other people to line up. So it's like there's no rush. Nobody's like pushing you to rush. Okay, and that was what we were doing. I stayed quite a while. By the time I came back, I was meant to catch an early flight back to Enugu from Lagos, 6:30 flight, airpiece. Getting to the airport, it was so much line and people were everywhere. I was standing outside the same way I was standing in the US. And somebody just told me, hey, Ebere, you're back to Nigeria, switch over. I had to switch over because if I didn't switch over, I will miss my flight. I said, please, I need to catch a 6:30 flight. Please allow me to, it's like a switch of the mindset. I think basically we need to start, which is what we are doing in the secondary schools, in the primary schools, in the SCM, is a mind switch for Nigerians. It's a mind switch. Let's consider our neighbors. Whatever we are doing, if I'm going to do this, how will it affect my neighbor? How am I going to do this so that my neighbor also can benefit? It won't just be me and myself and my family. By the time our mind starts shifting and we start looking at the laws of maybe the Declaration, the right to life, right to live, right to speak, global access to properties. There's so many of them. These are things that people are looking onto, which I've said at the beginning that it actually stems from the scriptures. If actually we read the Bible and implement it the way it is, let me also give a personal example as I try to tidy up. I told someone I began to read the Bible and apply it to myself first before I apply it to others. And I read where he said in James that Christianity that is acceptable to God is to visit the widows in their sufferings, to visit those in the prison, and to visit the sick and so on and so forth. And I told myself, hey, Ebere, when last did you get to the prison? When last did you visit a widow? I have them around me now and then, maybe Christmas I give them money, but I told myself, no, if you're going to obey this scripture, you should make it a monthly thing that you can intentionally check yourself on. So I was like, I then called a friend. I was like, I need to implement this. I need someone to be a partner to check me out on it. And I began to plan out. I will get to the hospital. I will go to the prison because this is goodness that the Bible told us about. These are things that people do in other countries. And they're not even Christians, and they implement this. And life is moving on better. And when you preach to them, they're like, I don't see what I'm doing wrong. But you and me know at the end of the day, this goodness alone will not take us to heaven. We still need to be, transformed within us. So these are practices that we gradually start teaching our children and those around us. And it's a gradual thing. It won't change at the snap of the finger, but we'll keep doing. We might not see results immediately, but we will see at the end of the day. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for that personal commitment. Even looking for an accountability partner to ensure that you're doing the right thing. I think it boils down, what part of your early discussion boils down to how we tend to obey laws when we're outside the shores of the country, because there is something called rule of law. If you drive beyond the speed limit for a certain road in London, nobody will pursue you. Like our people here will chase you and even kill themselves, because many of them have killed themselves and killed the person they were chasing. You will just get your bill in your box, JJ. I think they started something like that in Nigeria recently. Yeah. Some people have got bills in their boxes and they were surprised, but we have a very long way to go. I hope you know. If you have young people around you who drive, if they beat traffic or sometimes they're even arrested for something they didn't do, it's easy to settle uniformed persons in Nigeria. I know we have uniformed police here. Not be una they talk. You people are righteous Jesus police. But there are some that they start negotiating, they start bargaining. In fact, now they even do bank-to-bank transfer of bribe. When you don't have cash, they say, you can transfer. They use POS. You hear? Rule of law. God will bring us there in Jesus' name. I'm sorry. Our time is really gone, but we still have some speakers who have not spoken. Pastor Ese Iwezain. Pastor Ese Iwezain is a civil servant. I think you work in a radio station, right? And she's also a children's pastor, very passionate about that. We want to find out from you, from your personal experiences, what policy changes or improvements would you recommend to better facilitate the integration of Christian values into your work, particularly with regards to combating corruption and promoting social justice? Bullet points.
All right, yes, very quickly. From my
experience working as a civil servant, I would like to say that for me, one of the things that I would like, one of the policies that I would like to be promoted is enforcement of effective leaders. Very practically, I've been with government now for 11 years, and I've seen how leaders at the helm of affairs can actually ruin a lot of things. So some years back, we were nominated to go for a training, and we didn't know what went on for refreshment, what the director of finance put in for refreshment. But our DG, and I'm sure the man wasn't expecting that the DG was going to come check on us. And then he saw Zobo displayed on our tables with rice and little piece of meat that looked like cubes of Maggi. And then the next thing he called out the finance director and said, "What is this? What are on their tables? You put in budget for juice and fried rice and chicken. Why are these people having this?" And then there was a lot of, commotion in the hall because the man called that person out. And we came to understand that for a long time that has been the norm. And this is somebody, so God knows how much he must have cut from everybody to be able to have something in his pocket. That is one, that's an aside. Secondly, if leaders who truly understand the reason they occupy the positions and the reason they should be effective, then you get more results from subordinates. We see leaders who come to say something different and they do absolutely, a different thing. Last year we wrote our promotion letters. There's a process for you to be promoted. We just got to find out at least last month, one of our bosses was venting and calling somebody's name who is supposed to be a correspondent from Maiduguri. And she was, we didn't know, because for us, we follow the normal process. And we're surprised to see that, number one, his forms were not even verified. His forms were not filled, but yet he was promoted. So, and then we're now asking, how did we get here? Who are the people who signed his forms? The same leaders we're talking about. So why are you venting if we know that? Of course, she was angry. I don't even know if she was particularly angry because it didn't pass through her, or the fact that it was not the right thing to do. So for me, the key point is enforcing effective leadership. I use the word, I'm deliberate about the word enforcing, because people just occupy positions and then don't know, have an idea, or even they have an idea, they don't want to carry out the responsibility that is attached to that position that they're occupying. Then secondly, for me, discipline. In the civil service, people want to just do what they like because it's government money. At the end of the day, I'm going to get paid. Simple thing as even coming, when you come in, you clock in and you clock out. People find it very offensive. I remember years ago, I came in with a friend. I came in at about 9, and I put in the correct time. I mean, for me, that's not a problem. If I even come late, I'll put in the time I came. And then she put in, I think she came like 20 minutes after I did, and then she put in the same time with me. And then somebody saw and said, how can you put it the same time with this person who came like 9? I saw when she came. And she said, what's there? It's not the same thing. That thing just passed like that. For me, and because she's from the other religion, I told her that, no, it's not the right thing to do. So discipline, when people know that when they do this and this will be melted to them, people try, to do the right. Now, another thing is fairness. Fairness. Okay, let me just give a quick example on that discipline. So we had our operational meeting, the very first in the year. I think on the 8th of January, because the first Monday fell on a public holiday. So the following Monday, we all know, and these meetings, our bosses don't play with these meetings. So somebody who's been responsible up with her duty and all of that, she traveled. Unfortunately for her, she was caught up in the southeast with this, what do they call it now? Sit-at-home policy. And then she couldn't make it to the office. So they issued her a query. The next day I was in the office. I was at the meeting, so the next day I was in the office. She's a Christian. We talk, and she was venting. All these other people, A, B, and C, who do this and do this. Nothing has ever been done to them. And I called her aside. I said, do you know who you are? So even if other people are doing the wrong thing and nothing is being done to them, do you know who we are? We are light. And I kind of reorientate her about the fact that don't compare yourself with other people who are doing the wrong thing. And of course, she answered her query. Thank God it was not an administrative query, just within the department. Then lastly, I'm going to round up now, is fairness. When people get this idea that they can do this and get away with it, but certain people can't. I remember I was anchoring a program, and by the feedbacks I was getting, I was doing well. But somehow, because my bosses were at each other's throat. One liked me, the other was just indifferent. So they came to a round table and said, you know what, they are changing the program. So this boss was very fond of me, said, why are you changing? She's doing well on the program. I didn't even have an idea that was what went wrong. So the other one hit the table that, who are you to tell me I am going to change her program? And then when they came with the list, they changed the program. Of course, you know, we are doing something new. I was like, why now? So later, this one who I have a relationship came to tell me that she tried all her best. I said, ma, please, next time, don't go fighting for me. Whatever it is that they've decided, I said, whatever it is, she's been a program. I'm here to work. Whatever. So I don't want people to get this idea that you are showing some form of partiality when it comes to me. So I think with all of these and more, because of time, I'm going to stop here.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you. Please put your hands together. You've raised a lot of important issues. That thing about time clocking, you get into an office and you want to do the right thing. And because you are doing the right thing, your colleagues hate you.
Yeah.
Because when you clock 8 a.m. and they come by 9, you have finished them. But you'll be shocked that it's not just the workers. I had an experience where I was doing some long-term consultancy in an office, and me and my colleagues were upstairs on the second floor. The Oga Madam, overall Oga of the organization, thought she was the last person in the office, and she clocked 6:30 p.m. to leave the office, but she left like to 5. She didn't know we were still upstairs. When we got down at 6 p.m., she had clocked 6:30 p.m. And we were wondering, what's she trying to achieve with that? To show that she's very hardworking, more hardworking than everybody. You were already out of the office. It was 6 p.m. and you had clocked 6:30. And you know that culture catches on. By the time, that's the dilemma we're talking about, right? By the time you don't want your colleagues to now castigate you to say it's because of you that we are not able to clock the time we want to clock, you will now be wondering, should I kukuma leave it? Maybe I won't clock. Maybe I should clock later. God help us. Well, it's a very difficult situation. Thank you so much for all the points that you have given us. I will now go to our daddy, the FCT chair of PFN. I hope I'm still right, sir. Yes, Reverend Isaac Komolafe. And the question for you, sir, how can Christian leaders within government institutions effectively leverage their positions to influence policy changes that promote social justice and ethical practices, considering the unique challenges and opportunities they face in their roles? Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, everyone. And I will want to approach this from Matthew 5:14, that says we are the light and the salt of the earth. And with that, from that approach, it's very easy for, if somebody actually is a salt and a light, salt does not struggle to influence, light does not struggle to drive away darkness. So how should a Christian leader be able to influence things in the governmental offices? Now, the first thing I put here is grounding. It must be a Christian who is grounded in Christian values. Because what you do not have, you can't give it. Most people, we thought they are Christians in the government offices. Many of them are just Christians by name. But when they are filling form, your religion, Christians, so we see carry them as part of us. That is one of the problems. Because just like I mentioned that also when I was giving my goodwill message, Pentecostals alone in this country were more than 50 million. But what is the effect of it? I mean, of that number, the reason is here. Many people that are there, they were not discipled. They were just ordinary convert. And Jesus said we should make disciples. A disciple is a follower. That's what we call almanjiri. If you know the system of almanjiri, you know that it's a serious thing where people say that you're a disciple. Number 2 that I put here is building coalition. When you're a strong Christian in a place, you can't do it all alone. Begin to link up with somebody so that you build the synergy that will enable to be able to influence things. Because if you have a bunch of broom, it's difficult to break. But if you're just standing alone, somebody can easily hold it and break it. The next thing I put also here is developing policy expertise. You may not know everything, of course, you don't know everything. Let's look for somebody who can educate us, who can help us to know what to do, and then leverage on their knowledge and on their expertise to be able to influence policy. Also, I put also here that identifying strategic opportunities. You know, other people, governance, for instance, is about lobbying. So somebody is going to lobby you to do something. You know, sometimes I'm so interested in American politics, the two major parties. You know, when the leader, maybe the Democrat is the one having the majority in the Senate, no, now probably the House of Rep, then the other party is on the Senate. Where they need things to be done, they find a way to lobby each other. And we must learn the art of lobbying, because we will need it to be able to get something through. And because when they want to do their thing, they know how to do it. But when we are doing our own, we just remain, solo, and then we don't get result. Also, I put here as practicing persistence and resilience. We must not give up. You know, that thing that you are looking at, that you want to do, you want to achieve, don't give up. Keep doing it, keep singing it, keep talking about it. And with time, you get people that will come around and then also follow you. Also, I said, balancing faith in the public service. Of course, your faith, somebody said it at the beginning, that some people, they carry their faith to wherever they go. It's part of their lives. For instance, Islam is a religion that has to do with governance. But sometimes we separate ours. And that is where they are ahead of us. We practice our faith only in the church on Sunday, but they do their own every day. What's wrong with doing that also every day? We need to do that so that we are known by the God we serve. And also because of time, I also want to look at the leaders, the pastors of churches. What are they giving to the members? You know, the pastor of churches, they are very, very strategic in whatever you want to do as the church of God. If your boss, if you tell your husband, like somebody said it somewhere, if you tell your husband you want to go to the village and your husband say no, you will be struggling with that, isn't it? But let your pastor tell you that. Just call you early in the morning and say, that journey you want to go, please, don't try it. What happens? You won't consider it 2 times. You will come. I mean, that is the strength and the power. So, but sometimes we need to look at that area. What are the pastors preaching and teaching their members? What are they preaching and teaching the members? That is very critical, because if we're going to make headway more, I think we need to be able to get the pastors' orientation changed, so that what they are saying on the pulpit, and of course, not only pastors, religious leaders, maybe the other faith also, whatever they said on the mosque on Friday, everybody receive it, hook, line, and sinker. God will help us in Jesus' name.
Amen.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. That's so interesting. You said a lot. One of the things that jumped out at me is carrying your faith everywhere. You are a Christian. In your office, people should know that you are born again, that you won't take that bribe. You know, I recently started paying attention to my novelist side, and you cannot read my novels. By the way, my novels are romance novels, but you can't read it without reading scriptures. You cannot. There's nothing I do that scriptures will not come in. It just has to come in. Even the people I work for as a development consultant, they know. Sometimes we have, check-in meetings with some of our colleagues in the US. Somebody will suggest Wednesday. Another person who is not even born again, we don't want to say, Ejiro will be in church. Do you understand? So, because of me, they will shift the meeting from Wednesday, because everybody knows that Ejiro goes to church on Wednesday. Sometimes we hide our identity because we're afraid of people who can do nothing to us. But they will take their contracts, Abi, and life goes on. But everybody must know I'm born again. They know that I have boundaries. I cannot cross some boundaries. They know. Do people know who you are, wherever you are? In the office where you work as a government person, do they know that, if not that thing, don't try this brother, because we know he's born again, even though they are not born again. May God help us in Jesus' name. The final intervention before we take questions, I'm sorry, I may not be able to go around again, but I will take questions that you can sneak in your final words as you answer the questions because of time. Professor Adeofun Clement, thank you very much, sir, for your patience. And your own question is also a logical follow-up to the last one. It's about collaboration. One of the things that our daddy, Reverend Isaac Komalafe, said is that we should not work alone. We should come together, collaborate. That a bunch of broom is more difficult to break. In fact, it's unbreakable, you know, than when you go solo. So, for our Prof. Adeofun Clement, your question is, are there examples of successful collaborations between Christian leaders and policymakers in other regions that can serve as models for the Nigerian context? Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much. I will differ a bit. Let me first of all say this. As far as I'm concerned, and by the grace of God, I've traveled around perhaps the world. There's paucity of information or successful collaboration between Christian leaders and government. Even when you visit countries like Italy, where they have a state religion, the seat of the Pope, or you go to England, that used to be the seat of the head of the Protestant churches, there's always a separation. And this is where we need to be very, very careful. Hardly we use, even in the Bible. And I will cite relevant sections of the Bible. There shouldn't be too much collaboration or romance between Christian leaders and policymakers. Because in most cases, the Christian leaders will be drawn into the satanic act of the policymakers. Yes, I'm of the opinion that Christians should go into politics. We've seen Christian politicians that performed. It is high time that the Christians wake up to take rightful position in politics. However, Nigeria is a very difficult state. Even things that worked in most of these countries may not work in Nigeria, or will not work, because we are a peculiar nation. Any approach that worked elsewhere is based on their belief, is based on their environment, and is based on their kind of people. We have special kind of people in Nigeria. And that is why, to me, for any collaboration or any approach to work in Nigeria, it must be based on our Christian faith. It must be based on the true stories of what happened in the Bible. The Bible should be our guidelines. And of course, we can see this in the Bible. And I'm quoting from the Bible. If you look at Matthew 7:25 to 27, you see what Jesus said there. If you go to Mark 6:17 to 27, and you see the relationship between John the Baptist and Herod's wife, you also see what happened there. And also, if you look at Daniel 3:14 to 29, we all know the story of Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego. And we see how these people play their part as strong Christian leaders, and how they relate effectively with the policymaker. The policymaker then, they are the kings, which will now turn policymakers. So, number one, for Nigerian Christian leaders, they need, like our prof during the lecture said, they need to be more enlightened. Like my father in the Lord also said here, you can't give what you don't know. And Christendom in Nigeria, I think we are still playing. We have not gotten there. We have really not gotten there. And I don't see ourselves mashing up with our counterpart in the other religion, because we have not really talked with one voice. We have not really talked with one voice. When they talked, the nation will shake.
You remember what happened? I listened to something on China this morning that elders from the north, they did a meeting, and people have started shaking. If it is elders in the Pentecostal or the other side, they might not even take us seriously.
Okay.
So there is need for collaboration. There's need for us to be well engaged. There's need for us to know what we are doing and for us to be able to advise the government well. And don't forget this. Every government in power needs legitimacy. They will want rush to you. They will want, yes, the Pentecostal Association to anoint them, to give them pass mark. But we should not rush to them. The collaboration must be based on the leanings and the anointing from God.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. I was struggling to get a clear understanding of this collaboration. I hope I'm right, but what I hear you say is that as Christians, we need to first speak with one voice, collaborate with ourselves so that we are one formidable force, so that when we speak, government will listen. In the US, it happens. Is that not so? If the evangelicals are against you, you are in trouble. When will we get to that point? If there is infighting, if there is division, if we see one denomination, as different from our denomination, I'm not saying accept everything, but when it comes to the issues of the state, policies affect all of us. We cannot live in isolation. Like somebody was asking a question, I was saying some pastors are so spiritual that they don't get involved in secular things. If you don't get involved in secular things will sweep your church away. They are making laws to regulate church, and you don't want to get involved in influencing that process. If you don't get involved early enough, before you know it, the laws are made. And they are against you. Today, before anybody changes anything in National Assembly, they will think of the Muslims. How are they going to react to it? And that's why many laws that we have been pushing, many of them have not passed. Because there's a formidable force that is resisting it. When are Christians going to come together to be a constituency to reckon with? So that nobody will wake up tomorrow and want to impose on us, two top leaders from the same faith that is not Christian. We have a Muslim president and a Muslim vice president. That's because the Christian body in Nigeria is not united. Somewhere else you cannot try it. But we don't have that formidable force and that strong voice to be able to even resist. Because among ourselves, we criticize ourselves. We are not saying tolerate what is wrong, but when it comes to the issues of state, can we stand together as Christians with one voice to say this is what Nigerian Christians want? That's what I understand from what he's trying to say. We'll now ask you to make your interventions. Please make it very straight to the point. If you have a question, who's going to help me coordinate this process? I see a sister over there. So that sister is number 1. This brother in white is number 2. This brother in front is number 3. Okay. Okay, we have a sister at the back, Sister Lillian, number 4. So we have 4 people making intervention. Please make it very tight and sharp. And when we come back to the panel, just give us your final word while you are answering the questions. God bless you.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I must say it's an interesting conversation so far, and it's a good one for the church and the Pentecostal moving forward. I just want to point out some, just 3 quick things. One of the things that is like holding back churches these days is that they are not accountable. They are shredded in secrecy. For you to ask a question in some church, Pentecostal church, they will say, I'm the owner of the church. I'm the GO and all that. And that is keeping them back from making any kind of social impact. And I'll also talk about investment side of the churches. I know that churches have large bank accounts sitting there doing nothing. And when you talk about don't you invest in agriculture, in technology, and you can also make social impact and people can benefit, and they all tell you that you cannot make that decision. It's not your money. The GO or some don't even have board. And if the church is large enough to make an impact with what they have. So I think that's also a point to push to the investment side, to use what you have and impact life. And I'm also going to talk about the church not putting out her best hand. Like somebody gives you 5 minutes to pitch a speech. Will you you will put your best foot forward. But you can go to a gathering of Christians and maybe they just look at and say, this is the GO's wife, or this is somebody who knows nothing about that topic, to go and make a presentation, and you make mockery of the church. I'm sure that in every church there are the ones that have the capacity to make any kind of, in any field and in any sphere of life. But you do capacity building and you bring somebody to come and quote Bible in the church. And you are trying to say you want to do economic empowerment. And it's like boring, and the youth are like, this is nothing to identify with. So that's my point. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. That's a very interesting one. Number 2.
Thank you, the panelists, for that very enlightening presentations. I want to request, just like our moderator has said, please, we really appreciate to have, if we can have copies of this, even if it's soft copies, so that we can refer to them. 3 issues I want to raise. Number 1, as a church, if we must have to be effective in this push, we'll have to be ready to pay the sacrifice, to make, to pay the price and to make sacrifices. She raised the point. I had an experience. Mommy have also shared it. You come to work by 8, and maybe the staff bus pulls over, and everybody, 25, 30 staffs arrive, and you are the first person to write, and the bus came by 8:30, and 25 people are behind you wanting you to write 7 o'clock so that they can also write 7 o'clock. But as a Christian, you cannot do that. And when you do that, the whole crowd will descend on you. And she said, what do you do? I have had an experience. What do you do? You go for a promotion exercise. I'm an assistant director. And after your promotion, your exercise, you passed your exams. You have gone for oral interview, you've passed it. But you are required to pay an amount before you be given a promotion. What do you do? As a Christian, you have done all you're supposed to do. You have written your test, you have passed, you have done the oral, you have passed. But somebody wants you to pay certain amount before your letter will be given to you. What do you do? Are you prepared to pay that price, to make that sacrifice, just to push that point that, no, we cannot continue like this? So I feel that we as church, as a church, Pentecostals and quote, I've always talked about the issue of the other 5 blocks of CAN. They are not here. I wish they were here, but thank God we are focused. Like Doctor said, the idea or the focus is on Pentecostals. But we need to be ready to make sacrifices and pay the price, if that is what it will take for us to push this agenda. Then lastly, I agree completely that if we don't talk with one voice, nobody will listen to us. If we don't talk with one voice, they will not listen to us. We were at the All African Conference of Churches conference a few months ago. And Nigeria had 3 head of churches. Baptist, permit me to call, Baptist, Anglican, Methodist, contesting to be the chairman of AACC. And one pastor from South Africa, and another one from one of these Western Africas. We were not able to agree on one. The program was hosted here in Abuja. We were not able to agree on one out of the 3. And then the pastor from South Africa became AAC chairman, and we had 3 eminently qualified, bright, but that togetherness, even in the church, in the very church. And that was when I understood the gravity of the problem we had as a church.
Yeah.
And I said, if this could happen, even in the church, in car, I don't know what it is out there. I pray that God will help us.
Amen. I've been part of highly politically charged churches, and when they are campaigning, and what are they campaigning to become? To become deacon. Some traditional churches to become deacon. They bribe people to vote. They do all kinds of, God help us. But the issue you raised about in civil service, somebody has passed promotion exam and you still have to pay somebody. I'm shocked. I'm hearing that for the first time. And it's a good thing we are speaking out. Dr. Oriya, we need to take note of these things without mentioning names of people who said what. The church can take up these issues and blow it. Let people know. And if such things happen, who do we even report to? Some time ago, one of my clients paid money into my account for research in foreign currency. My bank did not credit my account. I was waiting for my client to pay the money. 1 month passed. I didn't want to pester them. Let it not be that I'm about the money. I now called them to say, wait, deadline is near. You people have not paid. They say, what? We paid 1 month ago. The money was not in my account. I understand they trade with it. The bankers, they take your money that comes in, they don't credit your account. You don't know the money has entered account. They trade with it. Foreign currency now, money for research was plenty of money. Even my account officer was not answering me well. The other people who follow me on Facebook, you see, one time I was complaining about banks and fraud and whatever, account officers. Today, she did not even answer me. I wrote until I had to call their head office in Lagos, write a stinker to them. I'm going to blow up the issue everywhere before they started calling me to beg me to say, they are very sorry. I should submit the particulars, whatever, the contract that I have with this organization for them to verify what I'm doing with them, for them to pay that money into my account. I said, are you kidding me? You kept my money for 1 month and made me look irresponsible before my clients, if not because if I had to copy the client in the mails I was sending to the bank for them to believe me, let it not be that I kept money for 1 month, I didn't do the work. But I'm asking myself, who do I report to in that bank? Because it's your guys that are organizing this thing. Who do I report to? God help Nigeria. God help us. Who is the next person? The last?
Thank you very much. I want to...
Is that Bertram?
My name is Emeka Bertram.
Okay, now.
I want to thank Dr. Mrs. Ejuru and Dr. Tive Guvizo. Two wonderful inspirations that have mentored me for over 30 years. And my life has become a very transformed life that has cut across building capacities of people across countries. The life they've lived has inspired many of us to also build capacities of other actors to stand in the gap. When our father was talking, so many things came to my mind, and I realized that there are a lot of things we need to do as Christian leaders. When I was in school, and up to today, I've had cause to be at the forefront of several struggles and battles that led to, in my early days, of relating with the likes of Professor Festus Iyayi and others, and being boys, intellectual foot soldiers to the likes of Gani Fewumi and Beko Ransome-Kuti. And so I suffered at early age detentions, suffered at early age declaration of by government, suffered at early age, balkanization and all the rest of them. But it has also taught me, in the course of my growing up, I met the likes of Otiwe Guzo, who then country director of Action Aid, brought me up to become focal person for Action Aid in Edo and Delta State to drive projects. And when I see his work today...
If you start life history, we're not going
Sorry,
to
sorry. So for the church, most times if you're a member of a Redeemed Christian Church of God, you have your open heaven, you have your book you use for prayers, you want to relate with those who are in Christ's embassy, they have their rhapsody of reality. They may not want to use your book. You may not want to use their book. You want to reach out to the Mountain of Fire. They have their own book. They don't want to use your own. You understand? So there are a lot of things that is happening. That you're calling somebody. If I want to call Mommy Otibe to come to my church to minister, they want to ask, where is she coming from? Is she a member of the Redeemed Christian Church of God? Is he a member of Deeper Life? What's his background? No matter what she's saying, like what they used to say in school those days, they used to say people should not relate to us because we read dangerous books. When you read Lenny, you read, Karl Marx, they say they are dangerous because they are dangerous students. So you see people who are trying to preach the words of truth, exposing you through the word of truth, through the Bible. Blessed information, bringeth life eternal. To seeing them as being dangerous. Because when they bring them to your church, they may end up depopulating your own people. So there's a need for us to begin to reconstitute ourselves to understand that in heaven there's no denomination. The first I met Professor Mabel, she was quite a mother to me. So when we see what is happening today, we have had a situation where up to today, recently, the Nations People has talked about Buhari's signature forged to withdraw 6.2 billion naira from CBN account. And that was what the ex-secretary Secretary of Federal Government, Boss Mustafa, was saying. We've seen how recently too, we're talking about how 24 billion naira was approved by Tinubu government to settle Hajj pilgrimage liabilities and subsidy. We've seen how during Buhari's government, 82 billion naira was used to buy mosquito net during COVID-19. We saw how 38.9 billion naira was used to take care of school children, out of school children, when we had, COVID. They were at home. And such money was said by the Minister of Humanitarian Affairs to have been used to feed children. We've seen how the General's report in 2019 came up to the fact that 178,459 arms and ammunition were disappeared from police armory. I was in the National Assembly in 2021 when we had a public hearing. And up to today, they've not been able to trace those guns. So until we begin to understand that as Christians, we are united by Christ. He told us that if he does not go, the Holy Ghost will not come. The Holy Ghost is to teach us all things. We are to be like the children of Issachar who have to understand the time and season. Work together. Be our brother's keeper. That's the only way when we can speak the word at the gates, and the King of Glory will come in. So it's important that we go back to our constituency and begin to let people understand that we have to stand in the gap. Today, terrorism has no boundary. We have in 2000, I got involved with the National Assembly to work on to join them to draft a bill for the National Assembly on the bill for a National Commission on Nigerians with Disability. And by that time, the population of people with disability in the country was less than 10 million. Today, we're over 33 million people living with disabilities. More than 70% of these statistics comes from growing poverty, of which over 133 million Nigerians are living under multidimensional poverty, as said by the MBS. Some of the people who are people with disabilities today come from the crisis in the north, the east, and all over. From poor betting, from accidents, workplaces, challenges. So we have become, I am very glad that Dr. TV has also equally brought people with disability constituency into this project to also help in stimulating the sense of sensibilities of the Christian actors and Christian leaders and society organizations to understand that we have a role to play in engaging the policymakers. Like Bobby said, they make laws, we push bills, they resist it there. Until we come together, that's the only way we can speak with one voice, and then we can correct what is happening in the country. Thank you very much, ma'am.
Bishop Bertram. Thank you very much. I like the, the aspect of inclusion that you talked about. It's the in thing. And we have pastors here, general overseers. How inclusive is your ministry? There are even some ministries where women cannot occupy spiritual position. I think it's only in Pentecostalism that women actually get ordained, right? Pentecostalism, I don't know whether... Okay, I've seen a few Baptist pastors now, females that were ordained. I think it's a new thing in Baptists. Yeah. But most Orthodox churches, they don't ordain women. And then they don't pay attention to the needs of persons with disabilities. If you have a person who has hearing impairment in your church, do you engage a sign language interpreter so that this person is not left behind? Or a person who has sight issues, what do you do? These are questions we need, because Jesus' ministry was inclusive, right? He did not leave anyone behind. It's just that sometimes we want to imitate him, because when he saw the crippled or the persons with physical disability, he healed them. So when we want to do crusade, we bring the blind, bring the lame, bring the that. Some people even forge, I don't know how they do it now, they fake miracles, because that's all they know. Some of the people who have physical disabilities, they are not even looking for what you think they are looking for. They want to be given a space to exercise their citizenship. All the statistics that Bertram has been reeling out since morning, many of us can remember. Do you understand that? God help us. But General Overseers, this is food for thought for every one of us. Finally, I think I have one final person. Yeah. Sister Lillian, yes. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everyone. Please permit me to stand, because my professor is here, Professor Mabel. Yes, I'm her student in the Department of Theatre Arts. I'm doing my PhD in media art. So she might not know me, but late Dr. Columbia was my supervisor before he passed on. So I was moved to Professor Ilo, who is supervising me now. So thank you, Ma, for coming. And I want to thank Dr. Ejiro for always pulling me, because some of us got so much engrossed in the work we are doing, and we forgot this aspect of advocacy. But she has a way of dragging some of us, and now we are loving what we are doing.
Thank you.
I want to give some instances before I finally ask my question. There was a post sometime on Facebook, I don't know if any of you saw it, and it read, God-fearing pastor needed.
Wow.
God-fearing pastor needed. And most persons laughed at it because it looked funny.
Ridiculous, yeah.
But I read so much meaning into it, because some persons who parade themselves as actually men of God are not God-fearing. Yeah. They are wearing that cassock just for the name and for all the lages that come with it. So I'm sure that is why that post was made. There is also another post where a purported treasurer of a church connived with kidnappers to kidnap the parish priest of a church. So this goes to show us that the wrath we are experiencing in the larger society is from some of our religious organizations. So that is why PPJ should take this fight, not just here, but make an effort to reach some of these churches, because some might not come for your workshop, some might not even know what the social arm is doing. But if you send them maybe proposals, let them know, open their eyes to some of these things, it will help. And I'm sure that some will assimilate it and accept, some might also refute it, but at least let the campaign and the crusade go on. I want to corroborate with what Professor Mabel said as regards to reaching out to other members. If you are in a position of authority, don't just choose people of your faith, people that are in the same church with you, because at times you are blinded. It happened to me. I want to give a life example. When I was made the president of my organization, you are at liberty to choose your ESCOs. So I chose my ESCOs thinking, especially the treasurer, I felt was a good person. So the moment we started, 2 months into the administration, we started having issue of money. And I told her she had some money with her, because we can't be running to the bank every day. So we keep some amount of money for day-to-day running of the group. And she told me that she doesn't have time to account for the money I'm asking for, that she's too busy.
All right.
So he continued. When I couldn't stomach it, I came out to the open and I told them, this is what is happening, and I've written to the church council and everything. She should be called. As we speak, she refused to answer that call. Instead, she was suspended. The second person I picked also had the same issue, but hers was not proven, because they were counting money, and somebody said they saw dollars, about 10 pieces of $100. So she said it was only 2. So it went like that, and since we couldn't prove it, she was relieved of her position. Another person has taken over. So I'm just giving these instances because I felt these are people that I can vouch for, people I felt we are taking the lead role in the church, and as such, if money enters into their hands, it will be safe. But here I am, I was, I was being fooled. So she said part of what I wanted to say about church fund. The church, we know, has some level of control over money. And I'm thinking, instead of the church building only schools, which I don't have issues with, can churches also go into factories, into other things, so that members of the church, or even from outside, can be gainfully employed? Looking at the number of churches we have, I'm saying churches because I'm a Christian. I also know that the Muslims can also do that, but I'm saying the one I know. That if the churches can begin to set up this aspect of the church, maybe the social arm, or call it whatever name, and begin to do something that can also bring revenue and employment to members of the church, that can also curb some level of corruption, because some persons will hide under the guise of poverty to perpetrate some of this. And so I feel if they are gainfully employed with some good mechanisms to check, corruption will also be nipped in the bud. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I think that point is well taken. The issue of trusted people in church manipulating money. It's a huge issue. I think, I don't know whether it was Pastor Ese who was saying that a certain pastor put an amount of money in the offertory. And the main pastor paid his tithe. By the time ushers counted money and declared tithe for that day, his own tithe was missing. Pastor's tithe was not included. And pastor said it cannot be. I paid X amount. Why is the money this amount less this tithe? God help us. Corruption is becoming the order of the day, and I'm just wondering whether we are still aware that the day of judgment is real, and that heaven is real, and that it does not all end here. The quest for materialism has reached a point where people have forgotten that life does not end here. May God have mercy on us. If it's happening outside the church, somebody can even tolerate and say it's because they don't know. But right within the church, people who declare themselves as... I was telling my husband about a certain man of God who recently married like his 4th or 5th wife, having divorced all the others. He's the only good person. All the women are bad. And he's still preaching. And I'm like, why would you want to be a preacher if you cannot control yourself? In my culture, men marry as many wives as they want. If you are not born again, nobody will even question it. But why parade yourself as a preacher, as a man of God, if you cannot control yourself? May God help us. It's not just for men, it's also for women. You know, things are happening. I'm going to pass this mic round now, and I think I will stand up so that you will know that it's supposed to be brief, please. If you want to respond to any of the issues raised, you can respond, but give us your final word, just your final word on this panel, and we'll roll with it. Thank you. I will start from Prof here because she's close to me. Where's the other microphone? Okay. Oh, okay. It's where? Continue, ma. Continue.
Thank you very much, ma. The only thing I want to say, based on the factory issue that Sister Lillian raised.
Yeah.
This mic is heavy.
Okay.
Based on the factory issue that Sister Lillian raised. I think
Sister Lillian, your question is being addressed here. Oh.
PPJ shouldn't go into factory.
Okay.
I think what I jotted here is that Nollywood is beckoning.
Oh, wow.
You should think of that. And then seek a radio license for you to bear other people's burden. Not for the church, but for PPJ. So that even if you can't broadcast for 24 hours, you can make a lot of impact concerning policy. CSOs, NGOs can use the radio station as a means of feedback. You know,
Okay.
you create that feedback loop for government, for international groups,
Thank you.
and for the vulnerable.
Okay,
Okay,
ma'am.
it may not be like human rights radio. I believe when you pray about it, the vision will be clearer.
All right. Thank you
Holy
very
Way
much,
is
ma'am.
on YouTube. You
I think
can
we already have some online things, right?
drama.
Can you? Yeah.
Is it like radio, the poor man's theater? Anyway,
No, but we'll
just-
work out. I mean,
Yes.
you are our board member, ma. So
Yes.
we'll get back to you.
Thank
Share
you.
with you what we already set up.
Okay.
And then you can advise us on how to probably
Okay.
bring it down to the grassroots.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank
you
you.
so much. And Love FM is our serious partner. That's where we do our Voice of the Priest Against Corruption. Lillian is actually the general manager of Love FM. So more advice from you. Thank you very much, ma. God bless you. Yes.
Okay, just two things quickly. One is on the unity of the belief of Christian in Nigeria is a big, big problem. We are not speaking with one voice. I think we're supposed to. can is made of 5 arms. And sometimes a bill was to be brought in, a bill that was well conceived. But because we were not united, the enemy came into it and even rewrote that bill. And then they brought it out as if, contrary to the original. Because those who conceived it, we met them, and what they gave to us, the initial bill was different from what they were presented. Because we are not united. I think we need to do that more. There's something, and one of the things that led to this unity, many years ago, the founder of First School has said, it's an essential thing, let there be unity. In essential thing, that has to do with our salvation. And they say in non-essential, let there be liberty. And then in everything, let there be charity. Now, if you live by these 3 things, there's no one you won't be able to work with. But we are not yet there. The Lord will help us in Jesus' name. Number 2 thing I would like to say also is that our young ones need to be educated. The old papas, old politicians, they don't want to leave the stage. Nevertheless, let the young ones begin to be trained so that within a short time, the old one will fizzle out. And then, so that we have some people, let's begin to educate them now. Your office man is very strategic, not only spiritual. Yeah. Let's begin to teach them politics. For us in our own organization, Center for Christian Mission and Family and Leadership Development, we are preparing to have a major young people in training for in politics very soon. When the time comes, we would like to invite you and some of our panelists also. Very, very important. God bless you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you so much.
Sorry, on collaboration, I think Pastor Tive mentioned that last week they were in Lagos to make a presentation to the national executives of PFN, because our mandate is to focus on Pentecostals, even though we reach out to every Christian, and PFN is supposed to be the rallying point. And according to Pastor Tive, the presentation was well received. And we have been collaborating with PFN. This is the chair of PFN in FCT, and we have several chairs from different places we have been working with. So the project actually used a bottom-up approach, building, relationship with individual Pentecostal pastors, and then executives of PFN. Now we are at the top level. This is the last year officially of the project, and we are hoping that PFN can take over as the rallying point, from national. When PFN puts a policy in place to say churches should do this, all other Pentecostal churches should be able to respond to that under the umbrella of PFN. And we are praying that, like our daddy here, Reverend Isaac Komalafe, we are pleading with you to also join us in that advocacy to the national executives. Because we would like to see PFN owning the process, while the rest of us are following. God bless you, sir. Right, Honorable Olubumi.
Thank you so much.
Everybody's looking at me now. They're hungry and they're setting food. So
thank you so much.
All the way, yes.
I just want to drop something on what Pastor said on trying to build the capacity of the youth. It's so important for everyone to know that whether the old people like it or not, they will soon fizzle out.
Yes, sir.
If they don't get old, something will happen. Age will catch up and they will go. And that is why it's very important for the youth to be trained. But I want to emphasize, one brother said that as much as possible, that youth should grow their roots. When you grow your roots very well, you become very strong. You become like a tree, like mango, like orange. But when you don't grow your roots, you become like a shrub, like maize that you just use hand to throw away. You need to go to school. You need to also get engaged, and you need to also have profession. It's very key, because one thing I can tell you is political position is not forever. Once you are there and you don't have your hands, I always tell people that by the grace of God, I'm a fellow of this church, chartered accountant. That is my first office. The second one is let me say the second one is politics. So if for any reason you are like 20 years old and you venture into politics, I'm not saying it's wrong, and you made a councillor, after some time, you cannot be councillor of your local government forever. Some other people are interested. Yeah. So the gap between the time that you don't have a councillor position to hold, you must be able to hold something. Yeah. And if you don't teach our congregation the fact that there is always a gap at one time or the other, yeah, and that you need to hold something, and that's when that gap happens, then we continue to be in trouble. Yeah. Because it is when you don't have the first office that it is the policies of do and die. It is when you don't have the first office that somebody will say you should go and carry cutlass or something and you agree with that person. So I'm sending that straight to the youth. Please grow your roots. Yes. If you are a youth and if you have not done anything before and you've not ventured into politics, ability to be, one thing I always tell people is that you don't buy experience. Somebody that has been in an office, see my sister, she has undergone a lot of things, saying that somebody promoted and all those things. You are there, you have faced something, one thing or the other, you know how to handle it. If you have not handled anything before in your life, and you are given something to be handled, you will mess it up. I always mention of the youngest governor in Nigeria at the time. Is now he has finished his term. But finishing his time, did he finish well? Those days, I beg to, it's not something that he will leave his state and come to Abuja to do party. Because you have not really been entrusted with anything before. Yeah. You just venture into it and you got it on a platter of gold and you are running. If I were to be a youth of today, I will run very well, I will do things very well, and when you have done it very well, you venture into politics will be better than your mate that ran into it without having anything. That's what. Maybe I've taken my time, but
okay, just bullet points and round up.
I want to say that collaboration is very important when it comes to issues that we are discussing. And like I mentioned when I started, Christians, we are starting very late. But it is better late than never. And when we are starting, don't let us say leave, don't let us stop saying lead them. We are Christian. We don't want to touch anything. If you don't want to touch anything and there is policymaker, they make laws, you will obey it. If you don't obey it, it's disobedient, and if it is daytime, you will spend it. Yeah. The second one I want to mention is that when you now see people that venture into politics, some of us venture into politics by grace, by the grace of God. We enter into it and we're able to perform excellently. And I can say it anywhere. I have weaknesses in the house. Can say it everywhere that I defend my cause very well. And that when they are there, even if you cannot support them with anything at all, which we have not even been doing, support them with prayer, not criticism. You will want to bring that person down, even in the presence of other people. So where is the promotion of candidacy that we are talking about? Let us encourage those that are doing well, that are in the forefront. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Bullet points, sir.
Yeah, well, very, very short.
Because I'm tired of standing too.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
My question has been on collaboration.
Yes.
On a final note, Christian leaders must be wary about the kind of collaboration. 1. 2, Christian leaders must first of all collaborate with themselves to have a position with the people in authority. Number 3, having been well grounded, then they must be able to provide solution. And that is when they can have a problem-solving collaboration with the policymakers or the government. Then finally, as ordained by God, let them pray for any government in power.
Exactly.
Thank you.
Pray, 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 pray. We cannot do less of that. Thank you very much, sir. Yes, my sister.
Okay, final words. I just want to respond to what my sister said about
briefly,
accountability. Yes, I just want to talk on accountability. I've found out that we need to help each other. I've held money severally in my life, and I realized that money you're given, if you're not able to pay it into the bank and you start spending immediately, it's difficult to account for it. So I usually tell people I help brethren also. So once money comes into church, we'll put it into account first before it is spent. Even if it's meant to be imprest is given as a bulk, then you retire that imprest. It will help the church always. Because I tell people I want everybody to be in heaven. So I will not give you money in a way that you will not be able to account for. Instead, we'll pass it into the bank and then check is written, the money comes out. It will help accountability in any organization, especially in the church. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. And churches should actually also set up accounting systems. It doesn't matter whether you were the one that was called, I know. But if you want to run a church, set up systems. At the end of the day, you'll be the one enjoying it. Seriously speaking. Yes, finally.
Yes,
Pastor
very
Ese.
quickly. I would want to, in my final words, I want to say that if we look at the Christian values that we have, honesty, truth, faithfulness, loyalty, and all of that, I want to say that for every one of us, wherever we find ourselves, we should promote these Christian values.
Yes.
I'll use myself as an example. Well, I'm not at the level of being a director or maybe a head of a department, but over time, I found out that I have passion for young people as well. So when youths are employed, interns come from schools, you will be amazed at how lost these young people are. So I bring myself, sometimes they see us like, madam. No, I bring myself down, and they're all my friends. And I'm amazed at the kind of influence by just interacting with them that I have over there. Sometimes some of them come dressed to an office inappropriately. Yeah. So instead of castigating and saying, don't you have a father or mother, you first of all start by being friends. By the time you engage the person, you're already preaching Jesus to the person. You're already bringing Christian values to bear as you engage the person. Yeah. And over time, you just find out that these persons are actually lost, or they are just looking for somebody to shepherd them and show them the way. So let's not just assume that, okay, this one is a youth or is an adult. The person should have common sense to know. Yeah. Take the initiative to share your own experiences with them, whether at the workplace or even your personal work with Jesus. And you'll see that over time you are influencing a lot of people around you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Please, let's put our hands together for the panel. So do you have key takeaways? I'm not going to ask you to tell me. If you have key takeaways, new things you are committing to do as we go forward. Do we have something like that in our evaluation form where people fill in their key takeaways? We would like to harvest it because we're also evaluating ourselves to see whether we're just holding these meetings and not making any impact, or we're holding the meetings and people are getting things out of it. God bless you. Let's clap for them again as they return to their seats. Oh, okay. Okay.
Thank you very much. Please give them a resounding round of applause. It's been an almost 1 hour engagement, a lot of information, a lot of lessons. Thank you very much once again for all you have said and all your contributions. Please, we want to take a group photograph. All right? So while they are still seated, we just come around behind them. All right? Just take a quick group photograph. Yeah, we just say receive in Jesus' name and you receive. Yes, yes. Be careful. Yeah, please, are you ready? Silvanus and Cecilia, please join us. Yes, please.
Professional picture.
Those are just a bit. Okay. So we have two levels. Some can stand. Come this way. All right, thank you very much. We are rounding up already.
Some of the panel members.
Yeah.
After honorable.
Yes, yeah. Okay. Okay. No, approach. Approach them. Okay, thank you. Please settle down. We are rounding up already. We are coming to the end of the program, and I'm happy that lunch is already served. Please settle down so we can just close and go. So the anchor of our weekly radio program, The Voice of the Priest Against Corruption, will be reaching out to you to have a session, a brief session for our podcast and also for our radio program. So Pastor Che is here. He will be reaching out to you. So you just take a few minutes to attend to him, and he ask you a few questions just for our podcast. Thank you very much. Please, we want you to kindly sign our pact on transparency and accountability before you leave. All you need to do is just to click on this link. Just dial this link on your browser. It will take you to our website. You'll find a link to our pact on transparency and accountability. Please take a few moments to do that. Don't leave here without signing that pact, the pact on transparency and accountability. Just dial this link on your. I hope those online can also see it. And please, if you have the evaluation form, please fill it out and submit. Don't go with it. Fill it out and submit. And for those of you who are lodging in the hotel, please stay back after the meeting, and we'll have a little discussion with you. So kindly sign the pact on transparency and accountability. It won't take you more than a minute to do that once you log in. It won't take you more than a minute. Please take a few minutes to just fill out, sign the pact. It won't take you more than a minute or two to do that. Just use your phone, sign the pact on transparency and accountability. Like I said earlier, the anchor of our radio program, The Voice of the Priest Against Corruption, will be reaching out to some of you to grant a few minutes interview. Recall, if you look at your agenda, we have a session for experience sharing. That's what we are supposed to be doing during the experience sharing. So I assume we have all signed the Pact on Transparency and Accountability. Have we all signed? Okay. Okay. Please, shift. Some people can't see the screen. The organization has also provided a stipend to support your transportation. So please, before you leave, make sure that you see Cecilia. I don't know the color of hair she's wearing, but her color is very unique. So make sure you see her before you leave. And those of you who are lodging in the hotel, please kindly stay back. Just have a few minutes with you before you leave. So, we have come to the end of our meeting. On behalf of Palace of Priests Assembly and the Priest Peace and Justice Initiative, I want to thank you all for staying back. Let me invite Evangelist Michael Jagede to take the closing prayer. And after the closing prayer, we already have lunch served at the back there. Please don't go without having lunch. The Lord bless you all in Jesus' name.
Amen. It says, the Lord bless you all in Jesus' name. Let's be on our feet. Just appreciate God for this period of time we have stayed here, that everything we have been taught today shall be implemented. We will make impact in our days and our generation as we go out to our various offices in the name of Jesus. And I decree and I declare as you go, may the Lord go with you. May the Lord guide and protect you. May He cause His face to shine upon you and be gracious unto you. And may God grant your heart desire and cause you to be happy all the days of your life. For in Jesus' mighty name we pray. The grace of our Lord Jesus Christ, the love of God, and the sweet fellowship of the Holy Spirit be with us now and forevermore. Amen. Surely God's goodness and mercy shall follow us all the days of our life. And we shall dwell in the house of the Lord forever and ever. Amen. God bless you.